Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Okay. Uh, so, in this course, we have our teaching at assistant is Devajati. Devajati, are you there?
Yes, sir. Hello, am I audible?
Can you please unmute yourself?
Hello, am I audible?
Hello.
Yes, yes, sir.
Oh, okay, fine. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
Uh, mm, so, students, Devajati will be the TA for this course. And as I said in our last class, we'll be doing in first he will take the tutorial class where is going to tell you what this selection sort and bubble sort are. Yeah. We have done the insertion sort, and then in the lab session, he will guide you through some basics of C programming. And after that, he will show you how to code one of these three algorithms. Okay. Right. So yes, Devaditi, you can start now.
Okay. Uh, so, good afternoon, everyone. Uh, I think all of you already have done this sorting algorithms. Uh, and insertion sort is yes. Yes. Hello. Yes. So I think selection sort is already discussed in your class. So you have idea about sorting algorithms. Uh, in today's class, we will first discuss.
Devaditi, I discussed insertion sort in class.
Yes. Insertion sort, right?
Insertion, right?
Yes.
Selection and bubble
Yeah,
you
I'll discuss the
discussed.
selection and
Yes. Yes.
bubble sort.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. So first, let me share my screen. So is my screen visible to everyone? Okay. Okay, fine. So move to the. So the first algorithm that we discuss is selection sort. So So what do we do in sorting algorithms? We take input as what is the input of a sorting algorithm is an array of numbers, right? So you have some number. So numbers are say. So do you have any idea about array or something? Okay, we'll discuss in the lab. For now, it's so we think about this array of numbers. Okay, so A. So this may contain some numbers like 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, and so on and so forth. And of course, it's of finite size. Okay, so the size of the array is n in here. Okay, so n could be any integer. It could be any number. Okay, so size of the array n. Okay, so what do you want our algorithm? So we our algorithm to give an output uh, which is actually the sorted version of this array. So if you give an unsorted array, okay, in the input of a finite length here of size n, then the algorithm will give you a sorted array. Okay, so output is sorted array. Okay. Now, uh, so simply like I am first I will discuss an example actually. So and I'll tell you how this algorithm works. So that would be easy for us. So think about an array, uh, this one. 6, 12, 7, 4. The voice is not coming. Hello? Hello?
Yes, Devduti, we can hear you properly.
Okay. So I saw some message there saying that the voice is not audible.
Oh, no, you better like majority of them are saying it's working fine.
Okay,
Um,
fine.
if one or two is saying that, then it will be a problem from their end.
Okay.
You continue.
Okay. So think about this array. Uh, this is our A. 6, 12, 7, 4, 3, 2, 10. And each position of this array is actually marked like this one. So this is the first position, the 0th position. So it can be exactly 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the length of this array is 7. So your n would be 7. And we denote each element of this array of an array A in this manner. Okay, so A0 is 6. This is A0. This is A1. This is A2, and so on and so forth. Okay, so what we do in here is that actually there are two ways to do that. to run the selection sort. But the what I'll discuss is corresponding to the minimum. Also, you can do the maximum. Uh, so what we do is that first we find the minimum element of this array. Okay. So in here you can see in this array 2 is the minimum element, right? So we first find this minimum element 2, and then we swap it because what is the correct position of this 2? 2 is the minimum element of all this. So in a sorted array, 2 should be in the beginning of this array, right? So 2, the correct position of 2 is this one. Okay. Do you agree? Because in a sorted array, the smallest element should be in the beginning. Okay. So we swap with swap this element with this one. Okay. So after that, after this step, what we do is this one. Okay, this would be our new array. Okay, 10. Okay, now next we repeat these steps again. So now we have to check this rest of this array, rest of this part. Okay, where we can again repeat the same process. We will find the minimum in this part, and we will swap it with the rest of with the first position in here. Okay, so for example, you can see that 3 is the minimum in here, right? So what we do is what is the correct position of 3 now? It should be at the beginning of this array, so we swap it with this one. Okay, so next array would be like this: 2 3 7 4 12 6 10. Okay. Okay, fine. Uh, now, then we know that these two are sorted already. We will check this rest of this array. And we again find the minimum element. And we yeah, and we keep on repeating these steps. Okay. So is the execution of this algorithm clear, or is there any questions? So this is the process, actually, how this selection sort works. If you have any doubt, you can ask. Why 7 is 0? Indexing starts from 0, actually. Yes, it is Hello, am I audible now? Okay, I think there is a connection issue. There was actually. Somehow I got removed from the meeting. Anyway, okay, fine. So is my screen visible now? My screen is visible? No. It's visible. Check. It's not visible. Okay. Now? I think now it's visible. Okay, fine. So let's get back to there. Okay. So uh, so how far was I audible? I think when I was discussing the first case, right? Or okay, yes, it's okay, it's fine. No, what I'm saying is that okay, let me repeat all these things once again. Okay. So we were discussing this selection sort, and the input of this algorithm is a sorting algorithm. So the input of this algorithm is a finite length array. That's an n length array of numbers of integers. Here we have an array A. We have an sorry, why rubber is on. So we have an array in here, and the size of the array is n. What do we want? Our algorithm is to give us an sorted array. Okay, of the actually it's a sorted array. So for that, what how this process works is described in here, and through this example. So we take an array of numbers 6, 12, 7, 4, 3, 2, 10, and we can mark the positions. Like this is the first element of the array. I called it the zeroth element, and the second element is 1, and so on and so forth. So and we represent an array element in this way. So why I'm saying this is because we will use this in quotes. So that's why it's important to know. Anyway, uh, next is how this algorithm works. So the algorithm is simple. What we do is that when we have an array, we will check, we'll find the minimum element. Okay, the minimum of all these elements in the array, and the correct position of the minimum is in the beginning of the array. So we put that element in the beginning. Okay, okay, of an array, and we swap the the initially whatever is in the beginning of the array, we swap it with that. Okay, so Basically, it's kind of in-place sorting algorithm. Okay, in-place sorting means that you find an element in the array, and you put it in its correct position, because the minimum correct position, right? Because the minimum element for in this case, if you take the minimum element, the correct position of this element should be in the beginning of the array. So we putting it in the beginning of the array. Okay. Next, we know that the minimum is already in the beginning, so we can exclude that front part and take the rest of the array, and we repeat the same process. Okay. We again find the minimum in the rest of the array, and we put it in the front, then front. And now it would be the second element. Okay. And we keep on going like this. Okay. So for any node, any index I of this array, what do we check is that we check the array from I to n, and we check if we can we check for the minimum element in there, and we swap it with AI. Okay. So this is how the algorithm works. Here is the execution. After the first step, 2 is the minimum element in here. So the correct position of 2 is 6. So we 2 is in the beginning, A0. So we swap it with 6, and this would be the new array, and this would be the new array after swapping. And after that, we again find the minimum in the rest of the array. We exclude the first position, that is 0th position, and we start with the first position in here, which is actually the second position. So we start with this second position, and we find the minimum in here, which is 3, and the correct position of this should be in the beginning of this array. So we swap it. Okay. So then we know that 2 and 3, and this part would be sorted. So we check the rest of the array again, and we find the minimum. So if we so this 4 would be swapped with this 7, and in that way, ultimately you will get this sorted array. Okay. So is the process clear, or is there any doubt like how it works? Okay, fine. So uh, here I was writing the step. Okay, so first we find the minimum element. Say, let's say minimum element A. Okay, and we swap the minimum element to the first element of the array, and we update the array to A minus A. Okay, say minus set minus is fine. Okay, so this is actually the step that we do, and we repeat this step. So second is repeat step 1. Okay. Now there is a now we'll write a pseudocode. So this pseudocode is something like okay. Are you familiar with pseudocode? Because I think insertion sort has been done, so it's already covered in there. Okay, okay, fine. So I will write the pseudocode directly for, or you guys can help me with this one. So for the pseudocode, what should be the pseudocode? So there should be a for loop, because I'm checking each of these elements, right? I'm checking. I have to check all these elements, right? I have to run through all these indexes. But observe that, do I need to execute this last element? No, right? Because in here, when we are here, when we are this at this node, then it's just no, not false code. Okay, it's not false code. The pseudocode is just the see, you have an algorithm, so it's basically a formal way to write the algorithm in steps. Okay, so you can write algorithm in in this way, but this is a very rough way. That's a formal way to write an algorithm. It's yes, I mean, not depending on the it's actually not depending on the language. It's just a just a description of the not description. It's just it's just showing the steps of the algorithm. Okay, in a formal way. So thickness increase करना पड़ेगा. Okay. Okay. Is it okay now? The thickness is too much, I think. Is it okay? Is it okay? Okay, fine. Uh, okay. So see, we have to traverse the whole array, but we don't have to traverse the whole array, right? We can traverse up to this position, because at this position, when you check whether the next element you can swap it or not, then you already have a sorted array, so you don't need to check the last element. And since we have this n length array and our indexing start at 0, so it should be 0 to n minus 2, right? So if you have an array A of length n, where 0 is the first element, okay, so the last element, so the elements of this array would be like a0, a1 to a n minus 1, right? Okay, so now, sorry, now we write the pseudocode for I equal to 0 to n minus 2. So we have to check to till the n minus 2th element. Okay, what do? We find first step is to find the minimum element, right? Now let's say this is the minimum, the ith element. I'm calling that the ith element is the minimum. Okay, now see, at certain position, say ith index, you know that this part is already sorted, right? And this is the part which is need to be sorted. Okay, so I put the minimum as ai. Now I'll check for the rest of the element, right? So I have to check from I plus 1 to n minus 1. Okay, we have to check the rest of the elements. And what do we check? If there is any aj which is smaller than minimum, then we assign this minimum to that aj. Okay, so after these steps, what will happen? After this step, when we find the minimum of all the array, then what do? We swap it. So we just swap it with ai. Okay, so the pseudocode is clear. Any questions? Okay, so can you tell me the running time of this algorithm? I is incremented in no that yeah that that that's like you do it in the code, okay, but it's a informal way. So I equal to 0 to n minus 1 means that I is incremented to n minus 2 n minus 1 because n minus 1 is the index of the last. You are starting with 0th element, so the final element would be n minus 1 of the array. So you have to traverse from I plus 1 to your last element, which is n minus 1. Okay. Yes, order n square is the right answer. Why it's order n square? I equal to 0 to n minus 2 because see, when you are at n minus 2th position, see what I was doing, I was traversing the first one. Okay. I was traversing these indices. Okay. So when you are at n minus 2th index, think about that. So you have only one element in here, right? One element left. That's your a n minus 1, and this is your a n minus 2. Okay. So sorry, let me write it clearly. It's not. This is your a n minus 2, and this is your a n minus 1. Okay. So when you are at n minus 2th position, okay, you know that you have only one element left. So you just swap, and you don't need to check this element again because it will be sorted and there is no element in here. So that's why it's up to n minus 2. Yes, any other question? Okay. Uh, okay. So why the running time is order n square? So the running time is order n square. Now the question is why? Hmm. Yes. So you are actually comparing in each execution of this for loop at I for loop corresponding to the I index. You are comparing all the arrays, all the array element, and it's a nested for loop. Yes, that's the reason. Nested for loop of both are nested for loops of n length. So your running time is order n square. Okay. Fine. So any other question regarding this algorithm? Okay, fine. So my screen is visible, right? Hello, am I audible now? Don't know. There is some problem with this screen. Is not. Sometime I got disconnected. Okay. Yeah. So order n square because of nested for loop. Because of nested for loops. Okay. Okay, so there is no other questions. So let's move on to the next one. Next problem that we discuss is bubble sort. So it has the same thing. So the input should be an array of numbers of length n, and the output is sorted array. Okay. So bubble sort actually works in a, like, it's not a good algorithm. Both of these are not good algorithm to execute for sorting uh, because of their running time. No, I'll do the coding in the I'll start the coding after like 10-15 minutes. I'll discuss these problems, then I'll start the code corresponding to these problems. Okay. uh, okay, so let me explain how this bubble sort work. So this actually comparisons two elements, two adjacent elements, and we keep on comparing these two elements until we like at one round of this algorithm. What we do is that we keep on comparing pairwise elements, and after that what will happen is that, like, if you have the maximum element, it will go to the top of the array. Okay, so let me explain through an example. It will be easy to understand in that way. And let me take the same example. So 6, 12, 7, 4, 3, 2, 10. Okay, so first what we do is we compare these two adjacent elements. So this is ith element, let's say. Um, okay, I will define the indexing later. So we compare these two elements and we find which is the minimum one. Okay, so if this is smaller than this one, then we swap. So you can see that they are not 12 is greater than 6, so we don't do anything. We move to the next part. Okay, 6, 12, 7, 4, 3, 2, 10. So now we are at this position. Okay, we are comparing these two. Now you can see that 7 is so 7 is smaller than 12. So what do we do is we'll swap this one. Okay, so we swap these two elements. So this would be our new array. We get this one from here. Okay, now we compare these two elements. Okay, now 4 is smaller than, so here let me write the reason. So 6 is smaller than 12, so no swap. 7 is smaller than 12. 12. So there is a swap. Swap of 7 and 12. Okay. Next, we are at this node 12. Uh, we are at this node 12 and 4. We are checking which is smaller. So obviously 4 is less than 12 again. So we swap 4 and 12. So we get this one. 6, 7, 4, 12, 3, 2, 10. Okay. Now we will check these two. Okay. So the smaller is 3 less than 12. So 3, 12. Okay. 6, 7, 4, 3, 12, 10. Now again 2 is smaller than 12. So we will recheck to 12, 10, and 10 is smaller than 12. So it's a similar process. We will recheck 3, 2, 10, 12. Okay. Okay. So what do we see? We saw that actually the maximum element in this array, after all execution of this process, it comes at the end of the array, right? So for the next round, you don't have to consider this part. You just need to sort this one, because the correct position of maximum is at the end of this array. Okay, so the maximum will come at the top. That's why it's called bubble. Bubble is like water bubble. If you see, it comes like up in a, like in the water, if the bubbles come from deep to top, right? So this is what is happening in here. So you keep on swapping the adjacent elements until the maximum one reaches to its correct position. Okay, so this is the bubble sort algorithm. Okay. And the corresponding, I think it's clear. So it's not done here. You have to repeat the same steps for this array now. 6, 7, 4, 3, 2, 10. You have to repeat the same step for this one. Okay. Right. And you keep on doing that until the array is sorted. Okay. Fine. Any question? Okay, Hindi. So मतलब कोई डाउट है तो यू कैन आस्क, पूछ लो, मतलब मैं बता दूंगा फिर अगर किसी को. Oh, it's called bubble because ये तो नहीं increasing order है नहीं. हाँ हाँ हाँ. No. It's not done in here. What do you do is हम लोग यहाँ से रिपीट करेंगे, ठीक है. इसको देखो, यहाँ तक जो हुआ, ये जो स्टेप्स हमने फॉलो किए यहाँ पे जो देखे कि हमने एक जो बगल में जो एलिमेंट्स होता है एक दूसरे के, वो स्वैप कर रहा हूँ, ठीक है. तो इससे क्या होता है कि ऐसा तुम अगर करते रहोगे तो जो मैक्सिमम एलिमेंट है ना यहाँ का, इस एरे का, वो आएगा एट द एंड में. ओके, तो वो देखो लास्ट में वो एंड पोजीशन पे आ जाता है, ठीक है. वही स्टेप तुमको फिर से ये जो बाकी का पार्ट है उसमें दौड़ाना है, इसके बगल वाले से कंपेयर करना है. Yes, max goes to the last position. That's how this algorithm works. So ये दो बगल में जो है उनको कंपेयर करना है, फिर से इनको कंपेयर करना है, फिर देखा 4 7 से ज्यादा है, कम है तो 4 और 7 में स्वैप होगा. फिर 3 और 4 में स्वैप होगा, 3 और 7 में स्वैप होगा। तो ऐसे करते 7 अपना पोजीशन पे आएगा क्योंकि 10 ऑलरेडी सॉर्टेड है। ठीक है, तो ऐसे करते करते पूरा एरे सॉर्ट हो जाएगा। ओके, मैं पूरा ये फाइनल नहीं है, दिस इज नॉट द फाइनल आउटकम। ये फाइनल आउटकम नहीं है, ये बस एक स्टेप मैंने एग्जीक्यूट करके दिखाया। लॉन्ग, हाँ बहुत लॉन्ग इटरेशन होगा ये एक्चुअली। हाँ हाँ हाँ, बहुत बहुत स्टेप करना है इसको। अभी भी तो इसको अगर तुम एग्जीक्यूट करने जाओगे तो इसको पहले ये 6 7, ये पहले 7 अपना पोजीशन पे आएगा, फिर 6 अपना पोजीशन पे आएगा, फिर 4 अपना पोजीशन पे आएगा, फिर 3 फिर 2, मैक्सिमम अपने पोजीशन पे आता है। ठीक है, और वो एरे जो है वो छोटा होता जाएगा। जैसे पहले हम स्टार्ट किए थे इस एरे से, वहां पे वी आर अप्लाइंग ऑल दिस process in this array. Actually it's our beginning array. Our array is updated to something else now. This is our array now. Okay, हमने इस पे अपडेट किया है, तो अब हम इस पे वो सेम प्रोसेस चलाएंगे। तो उसके बाद देखो उसका करेक्ट पोजीशन जो 10 का है वो है आखिरी में होगा इस एरे का। हाँ, वो तो होगा ही वो नंबर। तो 10 आगे आगे आएगा अपने पोजीशन पे, फिर 7 आएगा अपने पोजीशन पे। एक्चुअली इस स्टेप में 7 अपने पोजीशन पे आएगा। ठीक है, तो 7 आएगा, 7 10 ऐसा होगा इस एरे। इसमें अगर तुम ये स्टेप्स लगाए, इसमें अगर तुम वो ऊपर वाला स्टेप लगाए तो वो एंड में ऐसा दिखेगा उसका एंड, और बिगिनिंग में कुछ भी रह सकता है, मतलब 6 4 3 2 ऐसा रहेगा। ठीक है, फिर तीसरे इटरेशन में 6 आएगा अपने पोजीशन पे, ऐसे करते हुए जाएगा। ठीक है, ओके। और कुछ डाउट, एनी अदर डाउट, और लाइक any other question? Do I need to repeat? Algorithm using C. Uh, why algorithm using C? I don't get it. I mean, what do you want to say? Uh, the pseudocode is not in C actually. The pseudocode is just oh, language. Uh, you can ask sir about this. Okay. But C is a very good. C is the basic of all the language. So if you know C, it would be like easier for you to learn other languages. D- ये तो complicated रहेगा, easy ढूंढते ना। C plus plus. Okay. Do you know C plus plus? Yeah. For the languages you can talk to sir. Language के लिए तुम लोग सर से बात कर लो। मुझे सी में करवाने के लिए बोला गया है, मैं सी में ही कोड करवाऊंगा यहाँ पे। मैं सी के रिस्पेक्ट पे ही कोडिंग करूंगा यहाँ पे, सी का ही कोडिंग होगा। हाँ, सी 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 का ही कोडिंग होगा। ओके, कोडिंग बाद में, पहले हाँ सी में ही करवाऊंगा। सी कितनों को पता नहीं है। हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू नो सी और डोंट नो सी? So learn C language. Learn, okay. You don't know. Okay, see, actually the problem is that if you don't know C, in this course it will be a little bit difficult. At the, like after this 1 or 2 classes, uh, we have to use a lot of things that are like it's very hard to cover the basics as well as those things. So I don't know, if you don't know C, it would be better for you if you start learning by yourself. Okay, so I will teach, I will clear your doubts, obviously, but uh, you have to practice. Okay, so let me complete this one. I'll write the pseudocode. Uh, so what do? We have to go from 0 to n minus 2 again, because the array length is n minus 1. We have to okay. Okay, I'll discuss some basics and then I'll go. Okay, so first we have to traverse till the n minus 2th element, because after that there is only one element left and you don't need to check this one because that's the last element. And we run another for loop. Okay. Why this n minus 2 minus I? Because after, see, when you are at certain AI index, say for example here, when you are starting with the first element, when you are starting with the first element, you know that this is covered, right? So your this n minus 1th position will be fixed, right? So the next position would be n minus 2th position, right? So you have to check from 0 to n minus 2. So to separate that one, we are including this minus I part in here. Okay. So if aj is greater than aj plus 1, then we simply swap aj, aj plus 1. Okay. So this is the pseudocode for bubble sort. So what is the running time of this bubble sort? What would be the running time? Order n square. Why? Why order n square? Is because nested. Yes. So why it's order n square? Because uh, it's using the nested for loop similarly in the previous way. Okay. Okay. Yes. What was your question? I got a glimpse. Okay. Am I audible? For j is equal to 0 to n minus 2 minus I. Yes. Okay. My screen is not visible, I think. Visible? Screen is visible. Okay. So see the n minus 2 minus I, because when we do the I is corresponding to the number of rounds this algorithm will be executed. Okay. So when we are at the ith we are at the ith node, we are executing for AI. Okay. Sorry, we are at the ith number of iteration. Okay. So you know that the last I elements are sorted already, right? Because the maximum I elements would be there. So you have to check the remaining n minus 2 minus I elements for the sorting. Okay. If you recall, in here the first when at the first round of this algorithm, 12 coming to this place. So you are reducing your array by one place, right? In here you reduced your array to from size 7, I think 7. It's 7 length array, from size 7 to 6. Okay. Then you reduce your size from 7 to 5, and in this way. So that's why and that's why we have this n minus 2 minus I. So uh, because at the ith position, when you are at the ith number of iteration, your I number of nodes from the end would be uh, already sorted. Okay. So you just have to check this remaining n minus 2 minus I elements. That's why the swapping is done with this n minus 2 minus I elements. Okay. So in selection sort, in first for loop, you have used n minus 2, and in second for loop, you have used. You're talking about this one. Okay. So in the first for loop, I used n minus 2 because you you run your what we are doing is that we have to check. See, your array is of n minus 1 length. Okay. So there are n minus arrays of n length, and the last index of your the last element of the array is of index n minus 1. Okay. So this is your last element, a n minus 1. Its index is n minus 1. Okay. So now if you want to find if you want to find like uh, this element, when we are executing this step, there is no other element in this side, right? After this array, so you don't need to check this a n minus 1, because when you are at this n minus 2 element, you just have to check whether this is sorted or not. If it is not sorted, then you arrange it. Okay. Okay. Hello. Hello. Am I audible? Okay, so I was answering his question about n minus. First, I was answering about n minus 2 minus I in the bubble sort. Why? Why we are doing this n minus 2 minus I? Because this I that you see in here is corresponding to the number of iterations you have to perform. Okay. Not none, I mean number of iterations. Yes. So in each of this iteration, if you observe that in the first iteration, you know that the maximum element will come to its correct place. So the maximum element came to its correct place, right? So now we don't need to check the whole array. We have to check the array excluding the maximum element. So its length is decreased by 1 after the first iteration. Okay. Similarly, so this is the array that we are looking at right now. So similarly, after the end of the second iteration, you can exclude this part because you know that the maximum will come at the end. So your length of the array is again decreased by 2, right? Now, so this means that if you look at the ith iteration, okay, you know that this I number of elements from the end are already sorted. Okay, you just need to check this n minus 2 minus ith elements, n minus 2 minus I number of elements. Okay, so that's why n minus 2 minus I. Okay. And any other yes, there is another question about uh, and there was another question about that selection sort. I think someone asked about selection sort, why it's to n minus 1 and why in the first place I took n minus 2. N minus 2 because in selection sort, if you remember, we are comparing, actually we are what we are doing is that we are trying to find the minimum element of that array and put it into the correct position. So if you are at n minus 2, your array index is n minus 1. So the if you go to n minus 1, there is no element on its uh, right side. I mean on this part there is no element of array, so you don't need to compare this element. So why including this one? So that's why it runs up to n minus 2. And why it's n minus 1? Because see, your we are starting with this index, 0th index. So we have to compare all the elements, all the rest of the elements, and your index runs till n minus 1. So that's why we have to go till n minus 1 in this case. Okay. So any other doubt except this one, these two? And whoever asked about this n minus 2 minus I, is it clear or do I need to explain again? Okay, fine. So, okay. So n minus 2 because at the ith iteration, your last I element should be sorted. That's why. Okay, fine. So now we move on to the coding part. Okay. Start the code. So I'll do the coding of these two problems, and the coding language would be C. Okay. Sorry, n minus 2 minus I is excluded. C programming. I don't get it. What is the question? Yes. You can use VS Code. No problem. You can use whatever platform you want. Is my screen visible? It's not visible. Okay, I think it's coming. Not visible. I think it's visible. Just check. Yes. यस यस, हाँ बीएस कोड में कर सकते हो. ओके, बेसिक्स. सो ओके, I think everyone can see my screen now. So I think all of you are familiar with at least yes. So all of you are familiar with at least one of the languages. Okay. And the C is one of the basic language that are developed. It's one of the early languages. Yes. Okay. Python. Uh, now, if you see in here, it's written in terms of C actually. Yes. So this hash include stdio.h. We use this stdio.h. This is called standard input output. This stdio stand for, and this is called header file. Okay, so this contains this standard input output things. Like in C, when you give an input, it should be like there are a lot of inputs actually, but this stdio.h contains these types of inputs, as well as like there are different kind of things, integer, character. uh, have you heard of about any of this, like character, string? Do you know, have you heard about this? Yes, so this it contains all this, as well as it contains some functions. So in C, when you are giving some instructions or uh, instruction for the user who is using this code, so you have to like write something which will be printed. Okay, so that can be done using this printf function. This is a printf function. Okay. So let me come step by step. First, first one is this standard input output dot h. Okay, you have to call this one in the beginning, because it includes all these uh, this header file. This is actually called header file. This includes all these input outputs as well as these functions printf, scanf. Without this, you cannot give any input to your code, and you cannot get any outputs either. Okay, so in almost every C programming, there is stdio.h is used, but there are others also. Standard library also stdlib.h. This is also another header file. There is another header file math.h, which is used for mathematics. Yes, this contains mathematical operations, some mathematical functions. Without using this math.h, you may have to define that function, but using math.h, you can directly use those kind of functions. Okay, so there are a lot of header files, but stdio.h is the most basic and mostly used one. Okay, you have to so that's why we in the beginning of the code, and the way to define it is using this hash include stdio.h. Is calling it by this hash include. Okay, and this is the way to write call the header file. Okay, next there is a main body of the code. Okay. Your code is written on inside this main function. Okay. But Yes, this is online GDB that I'm using. You can use this one also, but you cannot save codes in here. You can obviously download, uh, but your codes won't be saved. I would suggest you to download any of the things like VS Code is very good. You can do multiple codes in there. Uh, you can use VS Code. You can use any other. There are a lot of C platforms you can use. So use something like that so that you can did C++. Turbo, yes. But I think VS Code is very good. All of these are kind of okay, but I think in VS Code you will, yeah, it has a lot of languages as well as it can be really the interface is also very good. Yes, yes. So okay. Where were we? Yes. So this next comes this main function. Okay. So this is integer main because it's actually returning an integer. Okay. There would be, and there are another way. It's called void main, which will which will return you no value. Okay. This algorithm, this int main function, this returns an integer. Okay, if executed uh, properly. In a void main, it will return nothing. Okay. Uh, you can use both of them, but if you want uh, like it to return integer, then you have to use the integer main. Okay. So inside the main, we define uh, you can write the whole code inside the main function. This main function is basically holding this holding all these things which are like you have to give an input in here. All the things that you give as an input, you have to write your input in this part. You have to write how you want to get your output in this part. Okay, everything should be inside this main, be it about input, about the outputs also. Okay, everything should be inside this part. So if you want to give some input, you have to write in here. You have to, if you want to give some output, you have to write in here. Okay, except for main functions, there are another lot of functions. You can define functions by yourself, but none of those functions will work without using the main function. Okay, if you define some function, it will return something. But if you want your code to give some output, and if you want to give some input to your algorithm, the main function is the only place where you can uh, do that. Okay. So, for example, in here, it's a simple thing. It's a printf. Now, next comes this one. This printf is is a function that if you write anything in the second inverted comma, uh, you can see that hello world is written inside the second I'm sorry, colon. Uh, so it's quoted hello world. So in this code, if you write anything in this code, it will be printed in there. Okay. So for example, if I execute this one, you'll see the output would be hello world. Okay. So this is the output hello world. And return 0 because you are using integer main. And look at the format also. The printf function in here, it always has to ended by this semicolon. Okay, every line of C programming has to be ended by semicolon. So if you miss the semicolon, there will be error, and it's very hard to find errors in C if the code is big. I mean, long enough. It's very hard to find the uh, problem, find the errors. So be careful about, like, whenever you are writing a code in C and you are ending a line, that line should be ended with a semicolon. Okay. Fine. So let me show you. So now we can, now we introduce some. So I think since all of you have done some coding, so you know about this integer variable. Integer variables. What are the other kind of variables? You know, can anyone tell what are the? Or right, return 0 because this we are using this integer main function. Okay, so it will return some integer after executing. So we make it like return 0. Yeah, return 0 is yes. Uh, integer float character, yes. String. So you know, okay, double. Okay, yes. So in here, so let me define some integers. Okay. Okay. So you declare your variables in here. So these ij's are our variables, and this is the way to represent. So this integer I, okay, simply just int I. So this means I declare this I variable, which is having this integer value. Okay. Uh, uh, Next is if you define any other values. If you want to define like more than one integer values, you can use the comma and simply write the variable. Also, you can assign the values in here. हाँ string 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 होता है, string होता है, bool भी है. Uh, j equal to, so let's say you put j equal, you want to assign j the value 7, so you can directly write in here while declaring the variable. You can write equal to, and you give the value. Okay. Other, there is another way, which is using this printf and scanf. So basically scanf is the one. So let me enter. Okay. So whenever you want to give some input, you have to scan it in C, and the scan function is called scanf. Okay. For example, in this case, actually, in this class we need only integers, so I am describing the case for integers only. For float, for string, for character, we have another. For character, we have another character and string both. Yes, we have other representation. So this %d, this stood for integer. Okay, so whenever you give an integer input, you have to scan it using this %d and this scanf function. And the way to write is and okay. Next, am I audible? Hello. And is the address actually. Okay, my screen visible. Fine. So see, and I is basically see, you have declared this variable I. Now you are assigning this. Now you are asking your. Now you are asking for like uh, asking your code to scan the value stored at I. Okay, so the location of I is the address of I, which is denoted by and I, and anything and of a and of whatever any variable with and means that we are referring to its address. Okay, so in the memory there is address. If you define a variable, it will create some space in memory. Okay, it's the address of address where this and this and I is corresponding to the address where this I is the value of I is stored. Okay. So basically, this is asking to scan the value stored at the location I and check whether it's integer or not. Okay, so if it is integer, it will return. It will scan. Otherwise, it will show some error. Okay, clear about the doubt? Print function. This return. Are you talking about return? Are you talking about this return? Or scanf? Which one is are you talking about? Scanf is yeah, scanf is the function that I'm talking about. Whenever you give an input, this scanf function is actually line 5. Oh, scanf. It's called it's scanf. Scanf हाँ scanf जो फंक्शन है वो ये करता है कि तुम अगर कोई इनपुट व्हेन तुम कोई वेरिएबल तुम डिक्लेयर कर रहे हो तो वो वेरिएबल एक स्पेस लेता है मेमोरी में। ठीक है, तो जहाँ पे वो मेमोरी पे स्पेस देखो वो वेरिएबल में तुम कुछ वैल्यू स्टोर करोगे तो वो वैल्यू को रखने के लिए एक स्पेस लगेगा उसको मेमोरी में। तो वो मेमोरी का एक स्पेस वो एलोकेट करता है उस वेरिएबल के लिए। अब ये स्कैनफ बोल रहा है कि वहां पे उस मेमोरी पे जो वैल्यू वैल्यू है हम लोग ये डिफाइन किए हैं कि आई एक इंटीजर टाइप है। ठीक है, तो स्कैनफ ये फंक्शन है वो चेक करता है कि वहां पे जो वैल्यू है आयत जो जो एलोकेशन हुआ है उसका परसेंट डी नॉट परसेंट आई। परसेंट डी इज फॉर इंटीजर। तो वो लोकेशन पे जो वैल्यू स्टोर्ड है वो yes, but this may create a conflict because I am using I as an integer value in here. So that might create a conflict. That's why I'm using %d. %d is for scanning the integer actually. %d इसको बोलते हैं %d. Okay. What is the question? Okay. See, this D is actually so your question is why it's person D. Okay, okay. Okay, so the scanf is not clear, or like person D is, so your question is about person D or about the percent is also about the percent. Okay. So this this indicates that it's actually in the standard input output. So it indicates that if you use this scanf function, as well as you can use the printf also, this corresponds to these integers. Okay. This percent d, this means that you are checking the you are checking the integers. Okay. And why percent? It's, I think, I don't know that properly, but I think it's just a format. Okay. Okay, so so is it clear or any other questions? Okay, fine. So now let's say so use while taking an output, we also use this percent d. So here you can see this slash n stands for new line. Here you can see that this line is corresponding to the output. So here again, I'm using this percent d. This is corresponding to this integer I, and we have this. See, we have given an input in here corresponding to this integer I, evaluate, and the output came here. So in this way, you can give input to your program, and what we need for our code is arrays. Okay, and okay. Next, similarly, like this one, we can also define array. So since we are using integers, the arrays, you can declare the array as this, where you can define the size directly in here, or there is another way, but I think since it's the first class, so I am writing in this way. So this 100 means the array of size 100. So I'm defining the size in here. Okay. So you can now there is another thing called for loop. You can, I think all of you have done this for loop. So language there. So it's similarly like we have done for I. You can scan these values. Okay. So this is the way to take an input as an array, but there are other ways also. Uh, First, let's just concentrate on this one. Okay. So if you so this is the format of for loop in here. You see, you have to define, you have to declare an integer. Okay, and you run a for loop on that integer, and this is how you can take input in array. A100 is representing okay. A equal to sorry, A100 is representing the size of the array is 100. Okay. A100 एक array को represent कर रहा है जो 100 length का है. And okay, printf I equal to %d/n. वो okay, I equal to %d/n means that ये आउटपुट के लिए मैंने लिखा है printf में जो भी लिखोगे वो आउटपुट में दिखेगा. So whatever you have written in printf, that would be in the output. That will come in your output. Okay. So the printf I equal to %d is showing that I am asking I to uh, so in the output there will be an integer uh, after I equal to an integer, and that integer is I. The comma I is representing that integer I that I wanted to write beside I, and the /n is corresponding to the new line. So whenever you end printf with /n, this means there is a new line. Okay. So I think we can start to write the first code. Okay. Okay. So now I'm not defining array in this way. To a bit different. So I'll say n. So this n would be the size of the array. Since I'm giving an integer input, I have to scan it. Okay. So enter the size of it. Okay. So this /n means new line. Now I am entering that array here. So what do we need for our algorithm? For the selection sort, we need two variables. One is I already here. K is also there. So these two are sufficient to write the code. We do we write the selection sort for minus 1. Okay, so in the for loop, I think similar, but okay, I will explain. So for loop j equal to 0, j less than n means this j will take the value less than n. Okay, so the last value of j would be n minus 1, and this j plus plus is the increment of j. So uh, and this is the format, like you have to first initialize the value where the for loop will start, then you use a semicolon, then you write the value up to which the iteration will go. That would be your usually less than, but it sometimes equals. So j less than n means it will be running to j equal to n minus 1, and j plus plus is showing the increment. So similarly, so if you remember the pseudocode of selection sort, you will be using another, we will be using a for loop. So what do we do in here? In that for loop, we will take a find the minimum, right? In the minimum, we denote as AI. Okay, you can also define the integer like directly the way I have defined in here. See, I declared this minimum variable, and I already and I define the type of this variable in here. So you can also do that. Don't need to always write it in the beginning. You can do it when you are defining, when you are using one variable. So you can define it just before. Okay. Now we have to use another thing, if loop. I think you are familiar with that. You recall the pseudo code. If there is a value smaller than minimum, we update. and after this we swap with AI. So the swap can be done this define a template. Okay. Do you know the algorithm of swapping? Okay. So what is the algorithm? No, swapping in anywhere, the algorithm is same. What is the algorithm? Okay, this is a code. This is not the algorithm. Okay, so you have to store. See, the swapping works in this way that you have so you have to store your value somewhere before you are assigning. See, swapping two elements means you are swapping these two positions. Okay, so what you do is that you define another variable, you declare another variable, and you store one of these values into that position, and then you assign uh, the value of each one, like you change the values, and then you uh, assign the stored value to the required position. Okay. So here we have declared this temp variable. Okay, this is storing the minimum. The minimum is updated in here. Now, what do we want? We want to swap AI and AJ, if you recall, in selection sort. So we we select AJ. Okay. So we now what you're doing is that first we define this variable, this AJ. Yes, we have to introduce another variable. Um, this variable, and we stored that stored the minimum value in there. Now, if you recall, we are swapping AI and AJ. So we do that J, then that would be difficult, right? Because it will not give the correct answer. Okay, do it in a different way. Let's go for the index. So have this. Okay, so there was a mistake in the code. Actually, if we cannot directly implement that pseudocode in here, if we write that minimum uh, as an element, then it will like after swapping, the j value could be like it's swapping at the end element, okay, because j will run till the end. So we are checking we are finding the index corresponding to the minimum value, correspond to the minimum value. So how to find? We first start with I equal to 0. So we assign the minimum as I, and we check the whether there is any element j greater than I, which is which is smaller than smaller than the current minimum element ai. So we check this one and we update. If we find any j which is smaller than our current minimum, then we update our minimum as that j. Okay? So in that way, if you execute this for loop, you will get the minimum value, the index corresponding to the minimum value of the array. Okay, so we take that minimum value and we store it in a min. Okay, next we will do the swap. So we so next we go to a min. We store the ai value in the a min because we want to swap that position, and then we store in ai. We will store that value, the stem value. Okay. So this is how the sorting occurs. Now all we need is to print that array. Okay. So after execution of this for loop, the array will be sorted. Okay, according to the algorithm. So next we'll print that array. Okay. This Are you guys able to see anything? Mhm. Oh, array. Forgot to define. Sorry. Define the array. Okay. So we take our example. So 7 size array. And you have the sorted array. So if you run that code, run this code, then this will give you the sorted array. Yeah, initialize. Yes, A was not initialized. Yeah, I saw. Okay. Similarly, you can do the bubble sort for bubble sort. You just need to change in this part in the for loop part. So and also like you don't need to use the index to find the minimum index of vertex in here. So if you do bubble sort, you have to go till n minus. Oh, it's running. Okay. So so we have to go till n minus 2. So the first for loop, the number of iterations will be same. The only change will be in here. We don't need this. Can directly go for the jth loop, and the jth loop will start from 0 again, and it will continue till n minus 2 minus I, and j plus plus. Yes. So the comparisons between should be between aj and aj plus 1. And if there is aj and aj plus 1, that is j plus 1 is smaller than aj, then what do we do? We swap. So we can directly call this one. Right. Don't need this one. Okay. So if you repeat these steps, so this is the algorithm. Yes, maybe it may be a problem for the basics. Okay, so like, but I think it's not that much difficult. I mean, if you see, if you want to execute this in any other language, right? The maybe the execution of this other things like swapping and all, these are a little bit different in other languages, but I think it's but anyway, okay. So maybe in the next class I will discuss some. I'll start with actually the basics of C, because I have not prepared the for basics of C for this class. Actually, I wanted to cover these codes, but okay. Then in the next class I will start with a simple C and I will build up from there. Okay. Okay, fine. So let's execute this one. And just sorted out. So these are the two codes that two algorithms that we covered today, and these are the codes. Actually, I thought that at least you know like some of this, but like if you have very difficulty understanding this, that means like I have to also write a few things, because C programming is not about only coding. Okay, so you have to know some access. Okay, so another thing. Okay, but okay, let me if you are having difficulty, like which part are you having these difficulties? Like, can you tell me? Like, I may try to clear this codes for you. So for example, in this code, uh, this part is actually contains all the input outputs and all the functions, required functions. Like here you can see a lot of functions we are using, printf, scanf. So you have to, like, this stdio.h contains all of this. So you have to call it, because so that you can use this, because printf and scanf are the only way you can deal with the input and output. Okay. So in the main body we write the actually what we want to do in this code. I mean, you give your input in the main body, as well as you write whatever you want as an output in your main body. So this is the main function. Uh, So which part are you finding? I think defining the variables is not that much problem. And and after do you have any problem with arrays? How arrays are defined? So then which part are you finding difficult? You are saying it's hard to understand. I mean, did you understand, or is there any questions left? I mean, any doubt? Okay, for loop. I mean, you want to know how? I mean, what this for loop that I have written in here? What like what is the meaning of this line, or like about the format, or what? Like or about the algorithm? If you uh, format, okay. So in the for loops, see, for loops actually we used to like iterate over a single variable, right? In for loops. So this part, for the first part of the for loop, so it divides into three parts by this semicolon. In the first, we define like the starting point of our iteration. So if you want to start with 0, you will write that the variable equal to 0. Other whatever point you want to start with, you can define it in there. The for loop will start from there. So this is corresponding to the start of the for loop. Okay. In the next part, we define the length of the for loop, like the number of iterations, that how far it will go. So we wanted it to continue till n minus 2. So that's why we wrote that I equal to n minus 2. I mean, I less than n minus 1. Okay. So here it will show the final, it actually stores the final number of iteration, like how much you want to continue, how far you want to continue. Like for example, in here, I wanted to continue till n minus 2. So I wrote I equal I less than n minus 2, I less than n minus 1. Okay. So if you want to continue till n, you have to write that I less than n plus 1 in this way, or I equal to n plus 1. Equal to is also fine. Okay. I could have changed it to I equal to n minus 2. Still, it would be fine. Okay. So this defines the final part. So this middle one, that up to which the iteration will go. Okay. This is the up, you can say the maximum point up to which the iteration will go. And this is for the increment part. I going to be incremented in here. Now, the same thing can be done by the decrement also. You can also decrease the values. Then you have to start with the highest value in here, and you have to mention up to which you wanted to lower your value, and this would be decremented. Okay. So the for loop has three parts in here. One is the initialization, from where you want to start. The middle part is your final goal. If you want to the point up to which you wanted to continue the iteration, and the third part is corresponding to the increment or decrement, whatever you wanted to do. Is it clear? Okay. And except from this, any other questions? Like which part is not clear to you guys? That you are finding hard in C? Is anything else you find difficult? You can check. Check on the input that you can check the code is working in here. This is the sorted array. Okay. After I run this program. Okay. Yes. Define int n. Oh, okay. See, like here I am I'm giving input of the array, like I am uh, like defining the I'm writing that array. So now when I'm writing that array, I have to define it. Okay, that this denotes a third bracket n or a third bracket anything is an array in C, and array means there are a lot of like consecutive spaces it blocks in memory. Okay, so the first one, I have to define that which type of variable are stored in this array, and that's integer variable in here. So this is the type that I'm defining, type of variable that are stored in the array. I'm defining that on. Okay, and here I'm giving input in that array. Okay, any other question? Any other doubt regarding C? You can ask. Okay, worst case. in every case, this is running in order n square time, be it best, be it worst. These algorithms, जब जब ये तुम्हारा अगर तुम बबल सॉर्ट और सिलेक्शन सॉर्ट ये एल्गोरिदम्स तुम यूज कर रहे हो तो ये हमेशा ही ऑर्डर एन स्क्वायर देगा. इट्स नॉट डिपेंडिंग ऑन द वर्स्ट केस और बेस्ट केस. ओके, क्योंकि तुमको चेक करते हुए जाना है हमेशा. तो ये कोई भी इनपुट, इसीलिए इसका कोई बेस्ट और वर्स्ट केस जैसा नहीं होता है. बेस्ट केस एंड वर्स्ट केस वी कैन से व्हेन वी हैव like for some input this is working fine, for some input this is working bad, but it's order n square always. क्योंकि यहाँ पे देखो, if you look at the algorithms like same होगा. ओके, बबल सॉर्ट में सेम होगा क्या, ये क्वेश्चन है. Okay, if you take a already sorted array, okay, what do you do in one iteration? You have to compare and compare every consecutive element. So the algorithm is not based on which kind of input it is there. It will always compare the two consecutive elements and put the maximum at the end. Okay, it's only known that the maximum would be at the end. But अगर array already sorted है तो वो swap जो होगा, ये execution जो होगा for loop का, ये check हमेशा करेगा. ये if condition जो है, there is if condition ना, this one. This if condition will be checked always, even if the array is sorted. So if your array is sorted, this condition would be checked, but this step will not be executed. So you have to visit all these n minus 2 times, then you repeat that. So that's why it would be always order n square. हाँ, बेस्ट केस में ये होगा कि तुम्हारा ये जो कंपैरिजन है, ये अंदर अंदर वाला इफ लूप ये एग्जीक्यूट नहीं होगा. ठीक है, तो तुम्हारा क्या होगा फिर. सो इफ देयर इज नो स्वैपिंग, you're still you have to continue till the end, right? So I think it should be order wait, to swapping is happening, so one go, then you have to go, so it's for every iteration. In that case, order. No, not order in. How order in? I mean, see. At a time, you don't like. There is no swap. Okay, you can modify this one to be of order n, but the algorithm actually, if you look at this algorithm, this will learn in order n square. you can modify it to be ordering. How? For the best case, like you say that if there is no swap, okay, like the swapping part is happening. So if there is no swap in the whole iteration, then it's already sorted array. Okay, so you can put that condition inside this inside for loop, jth loop. If you put that condition, then you can complete it in ordering for the best case. But for this algorithm, this will not run in ordering. This will be on order n square, because whether you have to, like, if your array is sorted or not, you have to check this condition, right? So you are entering in this for loop. So your checking is going on for every state. Okay, so you are spending time at constant time on each of these numbers. Okay, so that would be order n square time. That would be like order n time for each of these numbers, and you are doing n minus 2 iterations. So that would be order n square. But if you put this condition that if there is you are counting number of swap, okay, and if there is no swap, then you can directly break this loop, and you can say that this is the sorted array. If you have already sorted array, this is the best case. But the algorithm that we have discussed in here, you can modify it to be of order n, but uh, it it is order n square always in our algorithm. Okay, it will always run. Uh, any other question? Okay, so uh, for the insertion sort, I think you can write the code. It would be similar like this code. So you can try this one, and in the next class, actually, I will along with this algorithms or whatever, I will discuss some basics of C that will need, and I will actually discuss the basics. I thought that at least you know a few things. But I will discuss all these necessary things. But I mean, see, this loops. Uh, I think loops are common in every language. Okay, it's just how they are like handled. That the format of them is like something a little bit different, but the loops, the variables, these are almost same in every language. What we need in here is that for our further programming, like when we are doing a complicated programming like trees or uh, for um, for example, next we will do, I think we will do merge sort, but merge sort can be managed. But other algorithms, we need these pointers, and the pointer is not in there in Python. So that's a problem. But it in C++, I think those who know C++, they are familiar with this little bit. Python, I think there is no concept of pointer in there, so they don't know. So I'll discuss those things in the next class, and In the meantime, you can also like consult. There are a lot of online lectures corresponding to C. You can consult some books also, like let us see, which has the basic knowledge. Okay. Okay, fine. Mhm. Okay, so I think you guys can do the code for insertion sort. Oh yes, yes, yes. I have given you the code. All right. So you can try the similar algorithm will be the insertion sort. For the insertion sort, you just have to check the you just have to change the inner for loop for the j, and also the inner conditions. Condition is more or less same. So insertion sort would be like very nice to write from here. Okay, because insertion sort like yeah, the insertion sort would be very nice to write from here. You can try to write the insertion sort code by yourself. Okay, and I'll see in the next class. If you try to write it, I will see in the next class, and in the next class also I will start with some basics of C. If like most of you need it, then I'll start with array is not a problem. Okay. So do you know about data structures like tags, queue, or it going to be? Oh, it's going to be covered in this class, I think. Okay. It will be covered in this. So, you have a course. You have you ever done like any? What kind of codes did you do in Python? I wanted to know. Whoever like someone said that Python was in the last semester or something. So, what kind of codes did you do in Python? Okay. Okay, so you know about DSA already, right? That how this stacks and queues and all perform. Okay, okay, okay. So these things, this stacks, queue, and BST, linked list, all these things are here in C also, but it's a bit complicated than Python. For that, we need these concepts called pointer. No, BFS, DSS is graph algorithms. Okay, I understand. It's a basic DSS covered. Okay. Okay, so I'll discuss some necessary things in the next class and we'll continue from there. In the meantime, you try to write this code for instruction sort. Okay, so that's it for today. Thank you, everyone. And if anyone has any question, you can ask. And I'm going to stop the sharing.